morning, everyone. Welcome to the first round of the hashtag Afuri Republic Secondary Schools debating competition. Are we excited? Are we nervous? How are we feeling? Excited? All right. So, allow me to introduce myself. I am Ravon. I am one of your chair adjudicators for this competition. And with me are Najani and Cadell. These will be the two judges who will be deciding your fate today. So, unfortunately, we only have one team debating, and so the format is going to be a little bit different. We're still going to ask you to come up and present your speech. However, we, the judges, will be asking you points of information, and you have to accept the points of information and answer them as best as you can. All right? You get an automatic win on the basis that your competitors didn't show up. But in terms of the total points you get, that will be determined by the next match. So if in the next match you get a total of 250 points, that is the points that you're going to be allocated for this round in terms of speaker scores. But regardless, you're going to get your 3 winning points. All right? Are there any questions you want me to explain any further, or do we understand? We understand. All right, awesome. So, at this point in time, we would like to welcome the first speaker from Arden. Oh, before we do, the first speaker from Arden, what's your name? Daktari. And the second speaker? Virginia? Regina. And the third speaker? Jada? All right, Jada. Come again? Oh, yes, please. No, so there won't be a reply speech in as much as there'll be nothing to reply to. All right. All right. So we now invite the first speaker from Side Arden to come and present their case.
Esteemed judges, distinguished guests, teachers, coaches, students, my trustworthy teammates, and for some reason the opposition that didn't show up apparently. Good morning. But despite the circumstances, the show must go on. Mr. Speaker, this Honorable House has convened today to discuss the proposed motion that this House prefers a ceremonial president over an executive president for Jamaica. Essentially, what we are discussing is that Jamaica would prefer to have a symbolic president rather than a president with executive powers. Now, in order for you to be able to fully digest the weight of this perspective, I must first outline a few predominant terms, namely ceremonial president and executive president. As for the purpose of this debate, my government has established that a ceremonial president is a president whose roles are normally symbolic, encompassing representing the nation, performing symbolic duties, as well as upholding the Constitution. Whilst an executive president is a president who is directly involved in the governance and administration of the country. This may include, but not limited to, proposing and signing bills into law, having veto powers, appointing cabinet members, having emergency powers, and direct control of the military. It is also to be noted that an executive president can also somewhat have symbolic powers. Mr. Speaker, my government has recognized in recent years that whilst Jamaica is independent, we have not been able to be the best version of ourselves. Now, what do I mean by this? Ideally, because we're independent, we're supposed to be separate and apart from Britain. However, what we notice is that Jamaica on a whole is still tied to the British monarchy. And I firmly believe that as a country, we need to show our neighbors that Jamaica can show its national pride, embrace our roots, and function as an efficient country by having a native head of state. It cannot be that we as a country are still tied to our colonial past that was full of bloodshed and hatred. Now, I am sure that we all can agree that by having a non-executive president, he or she would be politically neutral, right? Right. Yes, one of the duties of the ceremonial president is to ensure that he or she is politically neutral, politically unbiased, so as to ensure unity and to maintain the stability of the nation. Now let's take a look at Guyana. Now back in the 1950s, Shedai Jagan founded the People's Progressive Party, also known as the PPP. He was also joined by Forbes Burnham. However, Mr. Burnham left the PPP to form the People's National Congress, otherwise known as the PNC, due to internal disagreements within the PPP. In 1957, Shedai Jagan won the election to become the Premier of Guyana. He vetoed to let Guyana join the West Indies Federation, and basically, as all I always say, all hell broke loose from right there, so. Later on, another party called the United Front, otherwise known as the UF, was formed. And the UF and the PNC carried out insurrectionary forms of revolt, such as riots and strikes to topple the government, which led to the turmoil and destabilization of Guyana, as well as thousands of lives lost. In the 1964 elections, the PPP had won with the popular vote, but they could not have a parliamentary majority. As a result, the UF and the PNC united, and Forbes Burnham became the prime minister. And for a while, it was relatively peaceful. There was stability as he led Guyana to independence in 1966. However, as the PNC became more friendly with Cuba, their policies kind of seemed more communist-leaning, and as well as they rigged elections. In 1980, there was a change of the Guyanese constitution which created a unicameral legislature. The ceremonial president was abolished, and Guyana had a new executive president, Mr. Burnham, who would be head of state and head of government. The PNC ruled Guyana with authoritarian tendencies up until 1992, where the PPP was elected once again. They would stay in power until 2015, where David Granger, a member of the PNC, was elected president. Now, Mr. Granger did not abide by a vote of no confidence in 2018 and challenged it in the courts until he was forced to call an election in March 2020. The PPP won. However, the PNC government at the time, they tried to overturn the results of the election to hold on to office. And a recount was carried out, and of course in June 2020, Irfan Ali was declared president of Guyana. Now, as was seen here, an executive presidency created in Guyana in 1980 led to the rigging of elections, deepened political polarization, deepening racial divides, and the abuse of power by elected officials. Yes, sir? Can you repeat the point of information? Well, I would say that if we take a look at where Guyana was before they brought up the executive president in 1980, Guyana was booming. Guyana had a great economy. The people of Guyana they weren't so politically divided with one another as they are now. Because if we look at Guyana right now, the political division right now tends to be along ethnic lines, with the Indo-Guyanese supporting the PPP and the Afro-Guyanese supporting the PNC. So I believe that it's more so because of the executive presidency, which led to more of what you call this divide, because people had they didn't trust the government as often as they did before, right? Because corruption had increased as well. Right. So abuse of power by elected officials. Now I dare say, if Jamaica wants to end up like Guyana and return to the 70s and 80s through an executive president, let them go ahead. A ceremonial president will be politically unbiased, which will help to keep Jamaica in shape and unite the political divide. The Jamaican people elected us to manage the people's problems, and if this house is divided against itself, how are we going to be able to move and transform Jamaica into the place to live, work, raise families, and do business? My second speaker will speak on how a ceremonial president is compatible with our current parliamentary system. And my third speaker will speak on the ceremonial president acting as checks and balances. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed judges, a pleasant morning. I stand here as the Deputy Prime Minister of this House to further concur with the proposed motion. This House prefers a ceremonial president over an executive president for Jamaica. This ceremonial president would serve as a symbolic figurehead. Additionally, having a ceremonial president is compatible with this country's current parliamentary system. Under the parliamentary government of Jamaica, the Prime Minister and Cabinet have substantial executive authority. Better harmony and coherence between the executive and legislative arms of government can be aligning the presidency with this structure and taking on a ceremonial role. The organization between the executive and legislative arms of our government has the preponderant affirmatives versus the minor negative possible ones. An example of organization between two parties in a country with a positive outcome is Barbados. Barbados officially converted to ceremonial presidency in November of 2021. According to the Speaker of the House Assembly, Mr. Lloyd Erskine, Dame Sandra Mason, who is now the current president of Barbados, was elected at a joint meeting between both houses of parliament. This presidency has managed to keep Barbados operating smoothly despite the change in presidency. In Jamaica, an extensive amount of projects and ideas beneficial to the bettering of our country are hindered simply due to the rivalry between our houses of parliament. I believe that if we were to assemble to choose a ceremonial president for our country, it would show a promising potential of proper establishment and improvement in our country. And through the stability of our government alone, our country would show vast improvement. Accepted? Repeat? Well, the Governor General of Jamaica represents the current British monarch. So by replacing this Governor General with a ceremonial president, which would essentially be of the Jamaican nationality, I believe that somebody who has been born here, has been raised here, has experienced the different problems that we've gone through with our government, because we have all grown in Jamaica and we've heard rumors about our parliamentary system and about government. I believe that somebody who has this experience as a Jamaican is better able to deal with these situations versus the Governor General, who only represents the monarch in Britain. So, in addition to the ceremonial presidency having a politically unbiased nature, I believe that the ceremonial presidency would also help to better our government in terms of our opposition and proposition of this country in order to build a better Jamaica. I rest my case.
Good morning, respected judges, faculty members, and audience. As the third speaker, I hereby humbly express my thanks for the interest in the moot. As previously stated, I am standing for the motion, and if I have your permission, I would love to begin by cementing the arguments that my teammates have provided. Now, before we begin, I hope that this discussion is taken seriously, as I believe that it will determine where our country will one day stand. The question of whether a ceremonial president is better than an executive president is subjective, and it depends on various factors, including the political system, the cultural norms, and the specific needs and aspirations of a country. However, the points I will expound on are as follows. To begin, symbolic representation. A ceremonial president serves as a unifying figurehead for the nation and represents its values, traditions, and aspirations. By focusing on symbolic duties, the ceremonial president can embody the unity and diversity of a country, transcending political divisions. This can help to maintain national pride and cohesion. Honorable judges, does the executive president do these things? I think not. Secondly, checks and balances. In systems where there's an executive president with significant powers, having a separate ceremonial president can provide a system of checks and balances. The ceremonial president can act as a counterweight to the executive authority, ensuring that the president's powers are not abused or concentrated in a way that undermines democracy or the rights of the citizens. Honorable judges, with that being said, the executive presidents could have so much power that they would deceive and abuse their authorities. The rights of the citizens would be downplayed and overlooked with this type of presidency. Is this what we want for our Jamaica? Thirdly, cost-effective. Since the role of a ceremonial president is primarily symbolic and representative, it may require fewer resources and expenses compared to an executive president. This can be seen as a cost-effective approach, especially in Jamaica, where it is said that resources are limited and need to be allocated efficiently. Now, honorable judges, why would we need an executive president which costs a lot to have campaigns? It is already stated that Jamaica is an underdeveloped country which needs a lot of work done to maintain our infrastructures and solely to help our country to be developed beautifully. It costs to have an executive president. Accepted. It costs because they have to go out and, campaign to sell themselves and just I would say bribe people to vote for them and, to get the amount of people on their side to win the campaign. So in a case where you say having a prime minister and whatever is like the same amount of money, I don't think so. I think it would cost less to have a ceremonial president. Now, let me put the icing on the cake by talking about our regional member, as my first speaker mentioned, Guyana. Guyana has a hybrid form of government, and even though it is regarded as a parliamentary representative democratic republic, both the head of state and the head of government are the same individuals. With that being said, it leads me to the conclusion that Guyana is the only Commonwealth Caribbean nation with an executive president. Furthermore, it is a nation that Rihanna Ahmad mentioned in her article, Exposed Corruption, which is the one which a number of corrupt acts have been carried out and have been concealed from the public's view. The government is abusing its immense power and only considering its own interests. Rihanna stated in her article that Guyana government shouldn't be involved in protection that involves hiding corruption and defending corrupt officials. Again, honorable judges, if this is taking place in Guyana, why do you think it will surpass Jamaica that is already corruptible as it stands? Wake up and smell the coffee. If we are being honest, do we as Jamaicans want this kind of future for ourselves as we discussed here today? A dishonest Jamaica? A deceitful Jamaica? A Jamaica in pain? I think not. I rest my case.
So we'd like to thank the debaters for their spirited contributions. We're going to take about 3 minutes as judges to confer with our notes so that we can give you some critical advice on what you did well and what can be improved going forward. Back. Awesome. So we want to thank the debaters for what was, to us, a very good debate, a good debate. We appreciate how you interacted with our points of information. We are the judges. We've concluded that there are some things that you did well, some things that you didn't do so well. So let's start off with what you did well. We thought that you are intrinsically good speakers. It's a talent to be able to listen to somebody and be interested in what they're saying. And I think that all three of you excel in that. I can see that your mannerisms were good, so you would have gotten high points on your manner if this were going to be judged in that way. Right? So that's something to build upon going forward. We also thought that how you engage with the points of information, there was some nervousness, but we see critical thinking in there in as much as you were able to answer the points of information, and that was good. Now, this is what we think you can do to improve. There are three distinct areas. You might want to write this down for improve upon. There are three distinct areas that we think you can use to improve. The first thing is that your argument needs to be principle-led and not example-led. So you gave me two examples, the examples of Guyana and the example of Barbados. And then your argument surrounded those two arguments, those two examples. What it should have been instead is that you have a principle outlined. A ceremonial president is better than an executive president because it provides unity. And then Guyana would have been your example. But when you have an example-first argument, if we can rebut the example, then we've defeated the argument. If I can say to you, Guyana is a bad example because there were other factors contributing to the downfall of Guyana. If your argument is just Guyana, then me rebutting your example defeats your argument. If your argument was principle-based, how is it that an executive president leads to these harms, and then you use Guyana as an example? If in that point I rebut Guyana, I would not have defeated the argument. I would have defeated the example, and the principle of your argument would have still stood. In the training sessions, I used an analogy that your argument is a castle, and the example is a flag that waves above the castle. When you're going to lay siege to the enemy, you don't destroy the flag, you don't destroy the example and say, you've won the war. You destroy the foundation, the castle, the argument itself, right? And when you've destroyed the castle, then you can destroy the flag, which is the example in this metaphor, and claim your victory, right? Even more so. So that's the first thing. Be more argument and be more principle-led in the argument, less example-led. So use the examples, but your examples should support your argument. The examples shouldn't be your argument. The second thing is that from the first speaker in particular, we want more of what is called the status quo, which is what is the problem, why we need to do this, right? What is wrong with how things are currently? Why is it that the executive president, as it exists in other countries, as a principle, is harmful? What happens? You did give me some of that in terms of explaining what happened with Guyana, but then tell me in that regard how the ceremonial one will help as well. So give me the status quo. What is the issue? What is the problem that demands that something be done? No. And then the final bit of critique is ensure that your strongest arguments come first. We think that the strongest arguments after the debate came from the third speaker, which is a bad thing, because the third speaker has the least amount of time and so can't properly peel, right? Remember, peel, point, explain, example, link. She can't adequately peel all the arguments in her 5 minutes. So the strongest argument needs to come out from the first speaker running into the second speaker. With all that said, I must commend the team. We, as adjudicators, are expert debaters, and we pose some hard points of information that would have challenged our peers. We did not hold back in our points of information, and we think he did a good job on answering them. The last thing I'm going to say is that you guys know what you're doing. You just need the confidence to know that you know what you're doing, right? Second speaker, had you finished your speech? Oh, you finished your speech. All right, because to us, you see, did our points of information throw you off so that you rush through your speech? You did. All right, so you see right there, all you needed was confidence to just take your time and go through, because the point of information, while critical to the debate, isn't going to lose you the debate. So if you think that you don't answer a point of information sufficiently, that's fine. You can move on and present the rest of your arguments, and your teammate can come up and supplement it. And if you think you lost on that point of information, even more reason to ensure that your speech is substantive. All right? So all in all, I want to say that it's a good job by the team. I think it was a good debate, and I wish that an opposition was here to see how you'd engage with them. But congratulations, and good luck in the matches coming forward. Good job.
Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3. Judge's microphone testing. 1, 2, 3. Check, check, check. You're getting check the stream if you are sitting at the OBS. All right, cool, wonderful. So you can just mute it now or pull it down.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second match in the series of matches for the hashtag Afiwi Republic Secondary Schools Debate Competition 2023. This is going to be a contest between one team, the Queen's School, and us as the judges, asking them points of information. They will accept all the points of information that we ask. They will attempt to answer those points of information. And then near the end of each of their speeches, we will provide them with some individualized feedback. Okay? My name is Jermaine Barrett, and I will be chairing the debate as the chair judge. And of course, you will shortly be introduced to my colleague adjudicators. I'm going to invite them to step forward to introduce themselves to you. But before they do so, while they're coming, the motion that's up for debate has to do with us prohibiting politicians from engaging, while they're politicians, in other sources of employment, full-time substantive employment. Yes, that's the question that is up for debate. And I'm going to ask the Queen's School, are you proposing or opposing, Queens? They are proposing, so the Queen's School is proposing. Now, for our viewers on social media, please go ahead and send a message to your friend, because this is going to be an enthralling and mind-expanding contest, of course, led by the ladies from the Queen's School. Judges?
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Xavier McFarlane, and I'll be one of the judges for this debating competition.
All right, so we are not yet joined by our other judge. Cadell Green is his name. I understand that he's on his way, but you'll see him soon. Just to go through a bit of the rules that will govern this unique debate, given the fact that we only have one team. So the speaker times remain the same, 8 minutes in the first instance for the first speech. Then we go to 7 minutes, then 5 minutes, and then we might invite somebody to return and to sort of provide somewhat of a reply speech, responding to the points of information that are asked by the judges ourselves. Of course, while the speech is going on, at any point in time, we as the judges reserve the right to ask a point of information, and we expect that the debaters will graciously accept and attempt to respond to the points of information.
So just a reminder of the motion. This House would prohibit politicians from having other full-time or substantive part-time jobs.
All right, so debaters, are you ready? Are you ready, debaters? All right, great, great. So I'm going to take my seat now, and then from my seat, I will call you up to make your presentations, okay?
Good afternoon.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our debate to begin. I'm going to now invite the first speaker representing the Queen School proposing the motion on prohibiting politicians from holding full-time and other substantive jobs. At this time, we make that speaker welcome. Hear, hear.
So, good afternoon. Can you hear me? It's working? Okay. Good afternoon, judges, ladies and gentlemen, students, and my fellow debaters who aren't here. My name is Sabrika Allen, and the motion for the debate today is that this House would prohibit politicians from having other full-time or substantive part-time jobs. However, before we come to our actual argumentation, let us first define a few key terms from our motion. Prohibition is defined as being forbidden or banned based on the Oxford Dictionary. Politicians are individuals who hold public office and are responsible for making decisions and governing a country or region, evidenced by the Google Dictionary. A full-time job is a set of work weeks, usually with 8-hour days and 40-hour weeks, and a substantive job refers to independent jobs that have less significant responsibilities or impact when compared to full-time rules, supported by the law insider.com. No, we firmly believe that the moot is true. Politicians should not be working any full-time or part-time jobs. In our argument, we'll discuss points that will further expound on our stance by highlighting that politicians should be dedicated to public service in an effort to promote accountability and transparency. We'll also express that to prevent conflict of interest, to eliminate the risk of corruption and possible limitations on job opportunities for others, politicians should not have full-time or part-time jobs. Firstly, what's the use of an MP if dedication to their people is not utmost? The concept of dedication to public service refers to the commitment of individuals to work for the benefit of the community as a
Point
whole.
of information.
I accept.
A politician who has a job, we think it's a good thing because it gives them the opportunity to gain real-world experience as to what is happening in the economy, and that could inform their legislative role. Wouldn't you agree?
Could you please repeat?
A politician having a full-time job is a good thing because it gives them an opportunity to have a real-world experience as to the challenges and the successes that happen within business, and that information could be helpful for them to form legislation.
No, it does not really. A politician does not need to have a full-time or another part-time job to be able to relate to the real world. A politician in itself is a public service, and so therefore it calls for them to relate to the real world to be a politician in the first place. So that's why I say, and my team, we believe that politicians should not have full-time or substantive part-time jobs. Back to my speech. Firstly, what's the use of an MP if dedication to their people is not utmost? The concept of dedication to public service refers to the commitment of individuals to work for the benefit of the community as a whole, rather than for personal gain or profit. Having other full-time or part-time jobs may lead to focus being taken away from main parliamentary duties, as it may serve as a distraction. In an article published by the Jamaican Observer, Johnson stated, and I quote, "But the job seems more a sideline as few attend parliament and most are late. We have 63 well-paid MPs who work hours like a university lecturer and have like holidays but go AWOL. They have duties to constituents, to the nation, and to the party, yet some also have a second job." This article highlights that having a full-time or part-time job will enable negligence to tasks that are an essential input to Jamaica's well-being and development. Being a member of parliament is a significant responsibility that requires undivided attention and commitment. By prohibiting MPs from having full-time or part-time jobs, we ensure that they can devote their full time and energy to representing their constituents, studying legislation, attending parliamentary sessions, and engaging in the necessary research and policy-making activities.
Point of information.
I accept.
When a member of parliament has a business in a constituency, that gives him or her an opportunity to interact directly with his constituents. That helps that member of parliament to better understand the concerns, the challenges of the constituency, and better represent them.
I don't agree with that. A politician does not need to have a business in a constituency to be able to relate to the people. Why can't a politician frequently visit their people, their constituents, and to work with them to understand them? Back to my back to the motion, I agree that that politicians should be prohibited from having other jobs. You have a point of information?
I do.
I accept.
So you stated earlier that politicians have a duty to their constituents. And this is also to cater for their well-being economically, right? If a politician has a business in his constituency, don't you agree that that business creates employment opportunities for the constituents?
Well, a politician in their political role can provide jobs. Isn't that a part of their role, their job? Right?
Okay.
Thank you. And policy-making activities. This promotes effective governance and ensures that the interests of the public are prioritized and met. Having full-time or part-time jobs may encourage negligence to important tasks in our leaders, which may be dire to our society. The country cannot run itself, and without dedicated leaders, it may just crumble. Let's follow with an example. In an article published in February of last year, Clement Alexander, the JLP campaign manager for St. Anne, complained that the elected MP of Northeastern St. Anne, Marsha Smith, and I quote, "From she coming here a year and a half ago, we haven't seen what she has done. There's no project that we can point to that she has done. Many of her constituents dubbed her the biggest political mistake and a waste of vote. The angry constituents said that she has not been seen in the community and is ineffective as an MP. Smith is a politician with a second job. She's an attorney and was the chair of the Industrial Disputes Tribunal. Let's imagine that the lack of servitude toward her people is due to the burnout of her having to work her second jobs. Was that the expectation of her constituents when she was elected into office? So why should politicians be allowed to have other full-time or part-time jobs when it distracts them from public service and blurs the line of their greatest responsibility? Furthermore, politicians have day-to-day responsibilities, some of which are governing their constituency and maintaining law and order, which require effective time management. If they have another job, it can be difficult for them to manage their time well and do their political duties effectively. Having another full-time or substantive part-time job may be the cause of great distraction amongst them, as they may leave to pursue or money.
Point of information.
I accept.
You seem to want politicians to simply live in parliament passing legislation, being disconnected from the experiences of their constituents. That's what you achieve in a world where you bar them from having jobs, substantive jobs, possibly within their constituents, where they can interact and gauge the sentiment of the people by the execution of these jobs.
Not exactly. So when a politician has another job, especially a full-time role, they are more disconnected from their people, because a full-time job, as I said in my definition, is an 8-hour day, right? A 40-hour week and whatever. So therefore, when you're working an 8-hour day, what time do you have to serve your people? How effective is your performance going to be when you finish working an 8-hour day? So back to my point, I fully support the motion. Politicians should be prohibited from having other full-time or part-time jobs. Back to my speech. Smith is a politician with a second job. She's an attorney and was chair of the Industrial Disputes Tribunal. Oh, I read that already. Furthermore, politicians have day-to-day responsibilities, some of which are governing their constituency and maintaining law and order, which require effective time management. If they have another job, it can be difficult for them to manage their time well and do their political duties effectively. Having another full-time or substantive part-time job may be the cause of great distraction amongst them, as they may leave to pursue their businesses rather than taking care of their duties as a politician. The opposition may say that a full-time or part-time job may enhance an MP's management skills, but being a politician is already a time-consuming position, so why add more baggage? This may in turn leave the country and its citizens with an inefficient leader. A politician may also delay their duties to attend to an 8-hour day, which full-time jobs without a doubt requires. Politics at its core should be viewed as a noble and voluntary service to society. It's an opportunity for individuals to contribute to the betterment of their communities, advocate for the interests of their constituents, and shape the future of their nation. Politics is not synonymous with personal enrichment, so therefore, politicians should be banned from having any full-time or substantive part-time jobs. Secondly, politicians have a duty of promoting accountability and transparency. Requiring MPs to focus solely on their parliamentary responsibilities encourages just that. It allows constituents and the public to clearly identify the roles and responsibilities of their elected MPs and allows them to decipher what duties should be levied on them. MPs should be accountable to the people who have entrusted them with their votes and should not be engaged in other activities that may distract from their primary duty of serving the public. In an article published on May 18, 2023, the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica and the Jamaica Manufacturers and Exporters Association stated that they believe that there should be a transparent accountability system that will allow citizens to assess the performance of the political directorate. But how can this be when some communities barely know the names of their MPs? They've never even seen their faces. Undoubtedly, having a full-time or substantive part-time job may contribute to such a distant, almost non-existent relationship with a politician's people. Promoting a culture of transparency and accountability is key for the well-being of Jamaica, and so must be developed by the country's leaders without secondary focuses and distractions. Having a full-time or part-time job may create divided loyalties, which may cripple a politician's decision-making and accountability to the public. Additionally, the opposition may argue that without a second job, a politician may not be able to sustain himself, and that the pay increase of 2023 is evidence of having been underpaid. But our politicians must perform for an increased salary, and with a full-time or part-time job, that performance will be lacking. Let us take a look at Singapore, one of the world's strongest economies, to further explain our point. There has been great concern given the amount of money second jobs can generate. MPs may spend more time pursuing outside interests than representing their constituents. This proves that with full-time or substantive part-time jobs, our politicians will turn out less effective and accountable. In summary, the proposition firmly stands by the moot. This House would prohibit politicians from having other full-time or substantive part-time jobs. Secondary jobs distract from public service and discourages transparency and accountability. I am confident that I have provided ample evidence to this. And again, I repeat, the country cannot run itself, and without dedicated leaders, it may just crumble. Thank you.
We thank the first speaker from Team Queens for presenting that very strong speech. We now invite the second speaker, also from the Queen's School, to present her speech. Hear, hear.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, honorable judges, and fellow debaters. My name is Aliana Marriott, and I stand before you today as a second speaker of the proposition team to discuss an important motion that our team firmly advocates for. This House would prohibit politicians from having other full-time or substantive part-time jobs. Politicians, individuals whose responsibility is to govern and make decisions for our country, already have a full-time job. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now introduce you to two new arguments, with the first being prevention of conflicts of interest. Holding another job could create conflicts between the politician's personal interest and their duty to serve the public. It can raise questions about impartiality and the politician's ability to make unbiased decisions. If the two jobs are in related fields, one job may influence decision-making in the other, leading to an unbalanced, unfair, and stressful work environment. Prohibiting politicians from having other full-time or substantive part-time jobs helps mitigate conflicts of interest. This ensures that politicians are solely dedicated to their public duties without being influenced by outside financial or business interests, thereby promoting transparency, accountability.
Point of information.
Go ahead.
There are disclosure rules already existing that guard against those kinds of conflicts of interest. So if you have a particular business interest, as a parliamentarian, you must disclose it, and ultimately that will shield you from being engaging, for example, in processes that might see you giving your business interest a particular advantage. The solution is there already.
By prohibiting politicians from having other full-time or substantive part-time jobs, the risk of corruption through the misuse of funds, the opposition may argue that there are organizations such as JCF, MOCA, Indicom, and others who are responsible for the enforcement, prevention, and investigation of corruption. However, these same institutions have always had these responsibilities. Yet it is evident that corruption still plays a leading role in politics. We need to remember that corruption and influence can exist irrespective of whether politicians have other jobs or not. Prohibiting politicians from having other jobs is an essential step in minimizing potential avenues for corruption.
Point of information.
Go ahead.
There are many well-thinking Jamaicans who are doing very well in business and are passionate about their business enterprises. Don't you realize that you are effectively locking these persons out from contributing to their country in politics because they would have to give up their jobs in order to enter politics? That limits the talent pool. Please respond.
As a politician, you're able to benefit the country more than you would have been if you were to have a personal business. As a politician, you represent the country, and you can okay, and you can add more expertise, more resources to the country's needs. And back to my speech. Let us consider Donald Trump. According to Politico, in an article titled How Trump Fuels His Business Empire to the Presidency, during 3 years in the White House, Donald Trump has accomplished something no president before him has done, fusing his private business interests with America's highest public office. The author noted that Donald Trump has leveraged his powerful international platform to promote his development dozens of times, and he has also directed millions from U.S. taxpayers to his business around the globe. Furthermore, this proves that even Donald Trump, as the president, could not maintain a healthy presidency with his multiple jobs, as he still chose to prioritize his business interests over the well-being of the citizens of the United States. How can we then place our local politicians in such a position that we risk compromising their integrity and force them to forget about how important it is to maintain public trust and ensure that they are fully focused on their elected roles? Additionally, maintaining a work-life balance becomes difficult, potentially impacting personal relationships and well-being. Ultimately, the individual's ability to excel in any one job may be compromised due to divided focus and limited time available, which is why we strongly believe that politicians should be prohibited from having other full-time or substantive part-time jobs. Secondly, the risk of corruption reinforces our support for this motion. Restricting politicians from secondary jobs reduces the risk of them being influenced by companies or special interest groups. As mentioned before, it promotes transparency and accountability by ensuring that politicians' actions and income sources are directly linked to their public service, reducing the potential for hidden financial arrangements and illicit activities. Consider a hypothetical situation where politician John Brown holds a full-time position as a senior executive in a large corporation, while also serving as a member of parliament. This dual role presents significant risks of corruption. One major risk involves the misuse of funds. As a politician, Mr. Brown receives money allocated through taxes to serve and care for his constituents. However, due to his part-time job, he diverts these funds for personal gain. For instance, he may channel the funds towards financing his own business or providing benefits to his family and friends, rather than utilizing them for the intended purpose of supporting the well-being of the public. A more familiar situation would be with Ruel Reid, former Minister of Education, Youth and Information, who also held the position of being the principal of Jamaica College and faced fraud and corruption charges involving nearly $50 million. It is alleged it was diverted from the Ministry of Education and CMU for personal use. Such diversion of funds not only undermines the proper allocation of public resources, but also perpetuates corruption and erodes public trust in the political system. It creates a scenario where public money intended for the benefit of society as a whole is used for personal interest. This breach of trust further widens the gap between the politicians and the citizens they are supposed to serve. Additionally, by prohibiting politicians from having other full-time or substantive part-time jobs, the risk of corruption through the misuse of funds can be significantly reduced. It ensures that politicians solely focus on their legislative responsibilities and prevents the potential temptation or opportunity to divert funds. The prohibition helps safeguard the integrity of the political system, maintain public trust, and ensure that public resources are utilized for the betterment of society as a whole. To conclude, our proposition team firmly stands by the motion to prohibit politicians from having other full-time or substantive part-time jobs. We emphasize the significance of prohibiting politicians from engaging in other jobs that may compromise their primary responsibilities, erode public trust, hinder effective governance, and jeopardize the security of our democratic institutions. Let us remember that our duty as citizens is to advocate for a fair and just political system that truly serves the interests of the people. By supporting this motion, we take a significant step towards creating a stronger ethical foundation and reducing the potential for undue influence, ensuring politicians prioritize the public interest above all else, enhancing our democratic processes. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that fine speech. We now call upon the third speaker from the proposition team representing the Queen's School to present their case. Hear, hear, or her case. Hear, hear.
According to Ayn Rand, the smallest minority on earth is the individual. Those who deny individual rights cannot claim to be defenders of minorities. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am the third speaker of our proposition team that supports the motion. This House would prohibit politicians from having other full-time or substantive part-time jobs. The first and second speaker emphasized dedication to public service, the promotion of accountability and transparency, as well as conflict of interest. In this debate, they highlighted the time-consuming nature of political duties, as well as the risk of corruption due to private businesses' influence. Rights can be defined as any moral or legal entitlement to have or do something. As citizens of Jamaica, we have the privilege to rights that vary from freedom of speech to the accessibility of education. However, a means of income is a necessity to the survival of everyday Jamaicans. That being said, it asserts that politicians having other full-time or substantive part-time jobs limit possible job opportunities for others in need of work.
To be,
I accept.
if I have major investments, would I be barred from continuing in politics with my big major investments? So for example, if I'm an investor in the stock market, am I also precluded from being a politician because of that?
Could you possibly rephrase the question?
I am an investor on the stock market. I have a lot of money in the stock market that is earning me a lot, right? I'm getting a lot of profit from my investments. Can I still go into politics?
I would say that while our team would support that you can still go into politics, as those stock markets could be beneficial in pursuing your political duties, being that as politicians you have the authority and the power to still be able to manage those funds, which would in turn help with foreseeing plans on top of the funds that you're receiving from the government. I would revert back to my speech. To begin, ladies and gentlemen, imagine yourself in Bill's shoes for a moment. Bill is a regular Joe who worked hard to get an education and eventually worked for one of Jamaica's top law firms. Despite his efforts, there's Tommy. Tommy worked hard to establish himself as a community leader and barely made it through law school. Unfortunately, in our Jamaican society, there are links everywhere.
Point of information.
I accept.
So in your world, people who invest can earn from their investment and earn from politics, but people who own a supermarket chain, for example, they somehow can't. They aren't both simply just earning money? Isn't that what it's all about fundamentally? Why would you ban the person who owns a supermarket from going into politics, but the big investor can go?
I don't think I'm quite understanding your question. Could you please possibly rephrase it another way?
So the person who invests on the stock market, that person is allowed to become a politician, right?
Yes.
That's what you just said. But somehow the person who owns a supermarket chain in the constituency, because that's a substantive job, that person can't enter into politics, right? Can't become a politician.
That is not exactly what we're saying.
Oh.
From your first statement saying that those who have a major investment in funds can go into being in politics, though your second point was made that for those who are in politics already, those who are... Could you please repeat? Possibly.
All right, just continue.
All right. I would definitely need for you to repeat for me to continue.
All right.
Oh,
so
continue
two
with my
persons. Continue your
Oh,
speech.
okay.
Sorry. Continue your speech.
Simply put, Tommy had the political connections and influence to get the job. In Jamaica, our politicians enjoy the freedom to run and participate in enterprises with little to no restrictions. This house feels like this careless lifestyle of our government limits job opportunities and the future of the Jamaican economy when politicians are employed in private sector jobs. According to a Harvard Business Review study of Italian enterprises that hire local politicians, we're an environment where a firm's path to success frequently passes through the political system. Political connections may stifle growth by reducing innovation and reallocation. Let's take a look at aspects of this scenario. Furthermore, although the opposition team may state that politicians having second jobs may open possibilities for a growth of employment, we must remind ourselves of the authority that these politicians hold, as a growth of work employment can be assured within parliamentary duties. A loss of opportunities for our youth can prove harmful for the further development of our nation. Being a politician is a mode of income. According to an article entitled, "You Get What You Pay For" by the Jamaican Gleaner, published October of 2021, politicians get paid an estimate of roughly $347,000 monthly, or in USD $2,313, which surpasses the monthly income of $13,000 acquired by minimum wage earners. Jamaican parliamentarians as of April 2020...
So on the employment point, so with a politician having the job as a politician and another substantive job, he's creating employment in his substantive job. And you said that he can also create jobs being a politician. In a small developing country like ours, Jamaica, wouldn't it benefit us even more with him creating jobs as a politician and also creating jobs as a proprietor?
As the first and second speaker had mentioned, him creating jobs while being in parliamentary duties as well as being involved in the job would create a conflict of interest and risk the effectiveness of him also carrying out the other parliamentary duties that should be done while he is also creating those opportunities. I may continue. Additionally, as citizens, we are aware of life as it is on this small island, and I can say quite confidently we are also aware of how hard it is to maintain such a life. An article published by Massive emphasizes a point that clarifies our argument. As in the article, getting a job can be considered as an extreme sport. Perhaps one of the biggest stumbling blocks is the fierce competition to attain a job. This brings me to the nature of our restricted career opportunities. Many internal and external causes might be attributed to limited career prospects. Economic conditions such as poor economic growth, recession, or worldwide market swings can result in high levels of employment or underemployment. To expound, during an economic downturn, for example, the COVID-19 occurrences, the Statistical Institute of Jamaica, also known as Statin, estimated a 10.8% decrease in the number of employed people as of July 2020.
Point of information.
I accept.
I'm going to give you an example. And there's something called corporate tax. And this is a tax that governments charge companies. If politicians are not themselves also active within business, then they may be minded to raise corporate taxes so high because it has no impact on them and they are insulated from those taxes. My contention is that when it is that they are active agents operating businesses, they will know that to raise corporate tax is going to be really a punishing thing on businesses, and they will be not inclined so to do. Please respond.
Okay, I would, well, it could be known that as a politician, within the power that you have, you can also hire people, as this would not only create other opportunities, but would support what you're claiming. As instead of a politician going into that workforce as themselves, they could hire individuals perhaps within the parliamentary circle that could perhaps control these. As members of parliament, they are supported by others. This leads me to continue. They also claim that the unemployment rate for young people aged 14 to 24 was 30.4% in July 2020, up from 20.2% in the same period last year. This results in a cutthroat battle royale to be able to sustain oneself. Furthermore, as young people, we always say, how can we get a job without experience if we can't get the job to get the experience? This statement is the reality of many graduates, as well as those who are looking to transition into new industries in hopes of acquiring a job, as entry-level positions often require some level of work experience. Politicians have the preferred experience that many businesses or companies are looking for. This experience makes it highly likely that a possible job opportunity will be taken from a youth without that experience, let alone the limited opportunities for gaining such experience. In summary, our proposition team firmly stands by the motion to prohibit politicians from having other full-time or substantive part-time jobs. We had provided comprehensive arguments that address dedication to public service, the promotion of accountability and transparency, prevention of conflict, the risk of corruption, and the loss of job opportunities for our youth. Let's remember that our duty as citizens is to advocate for a fair and just political system that truly serves the interests of the people. Ladies and gentlemen, give thought to these questions. Firstly, as people, should we not deserve to be under the leadership of one that values dedication to public service as a responsibility, not a task? And secondly, are we to be blind to our needs of effective governance, mute our wants of accountability and transparency, or be deaf to the cries of our people needed effective representation? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if it's worthwhile us having a reply speech because we didn't really have an opposition per se. I mean, unless you have some responses that you want to say to us, given the fact that we ask you many points of information. Is that the case? Do you want to, or should we just give you feedback? Huh? Okay, all right. So we're gonna just pause for 1 minute to allow you to, refine those ideas, and then we will take the reply speech thereafter. are now ready to resume. At this time, I invite the final speaker in this debate, the reply speaker, to present their speech. Hear, hear.
Our country, Jamaica, deserves. Our country, Jamaica, deserves leaders who are dedicated to public service, who will not rob them of job opportunities, and whose decision-making process is not crippled by conflicts of interest. Prohibiting our political directorate absolutely from having second jobs will ensure this. If they are allowed to practice this disservice to our nation, the lack of servitude in constituencies such as northeastern St. Ann will continue. Dedication to public service is the premise of a politician's job description. A second job will compromise this. Accountability and transparency is a representation of integrity, qualities a politician must possess. A full-time or part-time job will enable conflicts of interest, which will be crippling to our society. Further, to eliminate the risks of corruption by outside influences through second jobs, full-time or substantive or substantive part-time jobs must be banned in our politicians. The arguments put forward by my team today are strongly rooted and evidenced. We firmly believe that politicians should be prohibited from having any other full-time or part-time roles. The points of information presented by our honorable judges were poor. Being a politician in itself allows them the privilege to create jobs. Being a politician in itself allows them the privilege to create jobs, and they don't need second jobs to do so. They also made mention to supermarket owners and them going into politics. But being a politician is a full-time role, and serving the public requires effective time management. So serving the public requires effective time management, and so does being a supermarket owner. So why add more baggage? That leads me back to the foundation of our argument. For a better Jamaica, politicians should be prohibited from having other full-time or part-time roles. And why apply for all hands-on-deck job if you're not prepared for it? Thank you.
It takes a degree of bravery to stand up to the judges. And I think these young ladies are quite brave, deserving of a round of applause, wouldn't you say? So let me start with the good news. You have won. Not us as judges. Us. You've won because you didn't have an opposition, so you get an automatic win. All right, but we're going to give you some feedback nonetheless. All right? It's a challenge for us as judges to ask points of information as a way of making a sufficient and a strong opposition case, because we only have a short span of time within which to ask a question. But we thought that some of the responses came close to making the mark. I mean, I know the reply speaker said that our questions were poor. I have to yield to your wisdom. But some of them, I didn't think the answers were direct enough. And one of the things that I want to urge you to do as a team is when one of your speakers is asked a point of information, listen to the point of information, and when your time comes up, you can try to respond. Because it's hard, when you're on your feet delivering your speech, and so much is happening, and you ask a point of information. It's hard for you to provide a devastating response, right? So as a part of your teamwork now, the other team members should be here listening. Oh, she's not doing really that good of a job, Let me try to help her out and write a little response, right? And when you come up now, you say, you know, Mr. Speaker, on the point of information that was asked, my team member did an excellent job, but I have additional information to contribute to the response. All right? Got that, Queens? All right, good. Let's talk about this. I'll speak about 3 of the points of information. The one that I asked first about the fact that when you're a member of parliament, you may very well have a point of contact within your constituency if you have a business in that constituency. Right? When you're running a little supermarket in the constituency, it gives you an opportunity to interact directly with your constituents. Right? And I was saying, why would you rob the member of parliament of that? Your response was, well, simply they need to legislate. They need to focus more on legislating. You know, if I had a full speech, I would well say, well, you legislate better when you know the ideas, the opinions, the feelings, the lived experiences of your constituency, right? You pass better laws. You can appreciate that, right? You can. Yeah, man, you can say something, man. Let's have a conversation.
I did say that they should visit their constituency.
Okay. Okay. Right. So, again, saying they should visit their constituency more often, you have not established a mechanism by which you would mandate that. So, to say, hey, member of parliament, go look for your constituents a little bit more often, interact with them a little bit more often, they may choose not to. They might choose to tell you that their legislative role within the parliament is so much that they don't have no time for them constituency, right? So you have to now find a way, and it would be good in your speech to say, as a means of responding to that particular deficit, which is that they're going to interact with their constituency less, you will require, we're talking about job descriptions now for members of parliament, you know. So you would write into the job description that the member of parliament must maybe live in the constituency, or that they must have some consistent engagement with the constituency. There's something called the Constituency Development Fund, where constituents their views must be assessed in order to make decisions as to how to spend the Constituency Development Fund. So that's an example that exists in the world right now that you could draw on to say, well, yes, there are enough ways in which we could mandate interaction. The second point I was pointing to is the idea of limiting the talent pool. That's what I call it. Now, what that means, I was pointing to the fact that you might have some very good, excellent citizens who do well in their private businesses, and they love doing what they do. They love being a lawyer. They love being, a supermarket owner. I don't know why I like supermarket owners so much. They like these things, right? But they could contribute to the politics and bring a lot of their excellent expertise to the political administration. Now, what your second speaker's response was, well, stick to the politics, do the politics well, and you can serve your nation in politics. I think that response misses what I call the nuanced point, the subtle point, in that, yes, they can contribute to their nation at large, but at an individual level, they might say, well, I'm not going to leave my law practice. I'm too passionate about law. Therefore, I'm not going into politics. The net result of all of that is that we lose their capabilities and their awesome contributions to politics, right? So I needed a better response to that. And again, I understand that the second speaker, when asked that question, it was difficult for her to respond. That's where your team member should have kind of your back, right? Okay? All right. I don't know if Xavier wants to say something. I'm not going to beat up on you much more, because you win, right? So nothing that I say can make you feel bad, right? All right. Xavier, you have anything you want to say, or that's it? Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Thanks for being a part of the conversation. And, keep the dialogue and the discussion going, because these are issues of great significance to our futures. Karel, we have another. Do you want to? You have any? Okay, that's fine. All right. So apparently I've chatted up enough, and my judges are not wanting to say anything else. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned, though, for the next match coming up shortly. 1, 2. Oh. Hello, hi. Make sure you're not broadcasting that, you know. Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to this match in the series of matches under the competition hashtag Afiwi Republic debate competition. My name is Jermaine Barrett, and I have the privilege of serving as your chief adjudicator for this match. And with me are two gentlemen who will be assisting.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Xavier McFarlane, and I'll be assisting in judging.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Najani Stewart, and I'll be your second wing judge for this afternoon.
All right, and of course, the teams we have before us, Donald Quarry High School proposing, and the Queen's School opposing. And I'll now invite Xavier McFarlane to announce the motion.
All right, so the motion reads, this House would require all candidates for the post of Member of Parliament to have at least a tertiary level undergraduate degree.
All right, so again, the teams have been briefed, thoroughly briefed, but for our viewing audience, we'll go through the rules in terms of speaker allocations. So the first speaker on each team gets 8 minutes, the second speaker 7 minutes, the third speaker 5 minutes, and the reply speaker will be allocated 3 minutes. There are periods of protected time, so the first and last minute of each of the major speeches will be bordered by periods of protected time. And in between, so after the first minute and before the last minute, points of information are allowed. In fact, they are welcomed. All right? Debaters, are you ready? Okay, so we will now take our seats, and from our seats, we will moderate the debate.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, judges, timekeeper, moderator, and my esteemed opponents, good afternoon. I stand before you today to passionately advocate for the motion that all candidates for the post of Member of Parliament to have at least a tertiary level undergraduate degree. As first speaker, it is my duty to define the key terms and outline 3 benefits of having a parliamentarian with a tertiary level undergraduate degree. According to Oxford Languages, a candidate is a person who applies for a job or is nominated for election. According to Collins Online Dictionary, a member of parliament is a person who has been elected by the people in a particular area to represent them in a country's parliament. Tertiary education refers to all formal and post-secondary education, including public and private universities, colleges, technical training institutes, and vocational schools. This definition was posited by worldbank.com. Bachelor's degree is often referred to as an undergraduate degree, but is not the only degree under the undergraduate umbrella. An associate degree, often called a 2-year degree, requires half as many credits and takes much less time to complete than a bachelor's degree, but is not also an undergraduate degree. Source: Southern New Hemisphere University. I firmly believe that this requirement is not only necessary but essential for the progress and success of our politician system. Imagine a parliament system where our elected representatives possessed by a deep understanding of the law, economics, political science, and public policy. They would navigate the intricacies of legislation with ease, interpret existing laws with precision, and craft new legislation that upholds the principles of justice and fairness. By holding a tertiary degree, MPs would possess the knowledge and expertise to make informed decisions and balance social welfare and economics considerations. This expertise would drive our nation forward and ensure that policies are crafted with the best interests of the peoples in mind. Furthermore, a college education offers invaluable interdisciplinary perspectives. By studying various disciplines, our parliamentarians would gain a broader understanding to complex issues. They would be able to draw upon insights from different fields to address multi-faced challenges, consider the social, economic, political, and ethical dimensions. This multidimensional approach would result in more comprehensive and effective legislation that takes into account the diverse needs, aspirations of our society. Critical thinking and analytical skills are crucial for our leaders. By completing a tertiary degree, MPs would be equipped with these skills, enabling them to evaluate laws and policies critically. They would identify potential loopholes, unintended consequences, and areas for improvement in proposed legislation. This ability to think critically and solve problems is the cornerstone of effective governance. It allows our leaders to anticipate challenges, consider alternative viewpoints, and make informed decisions that yield positive outcomes for our nation. My opponents, have you ever been to the doctor and when he or she comes across something he or she has to check with a specialist? Not accepted. Now, this educated person knows when to ask for help and whom to ask for help. Have you ever done an MRI scan and realized that your screening is done by a technician, but your report and analysis is done by a specialist? Yes, a specialist. Someone that has gone through the necessary steps and learned an area to the T. Having our politician leaders with a tertiary level education means that they would have acquired the knowledge of search and analysis. Say a problem develops with your constituency. A trained graduate would know when to listen, whom to listen to, when to ask for help, especially whom to ask for help. These are basic skills attached to practically all college programs. The MPs and councillors would be armed with the skills of analysis, reasoning, research, and leadership.
Point of information.
Not accepted. With all this, they would be able to effectively find the best solution for your problems. Also, if a solution is presented to them, they should be able to research it, find examples where it's successfully implemented, analyze said information, and assess how best it will be fixed the problem at hand. Research and analysis skills are paramount in a rapidly changing world. With a tertiary education, our parliamentarians would be adept at conducting rigorous research, collecting data, and analyzing information. They would possess the ability to evaluate the implications of legislative proposals, gather relevant data, and assess the potential impact for proposed laws. In an era of misinformation and fake news, having leaders who can distinguish credible sources from unreliable ones is indispensable. Our nation deserves representatives who base their decisions on evidence and data, ensuring that policies are well-informed and grounded in reality. Let us not forget the importance of leadership. By acquiring a tertiary degree, our politicians would demonstrate their commitment to personal growth, knowledge acquisition, intellectual development. These qualities are fundamental in effective leadership. They would aspire confidence and trust in the electorate. Knowing that our leaders have invested in their own education and are dedicated to lifelong learning, a leader who has undergone the necessary steps to acquire a tertiary education is a leader who understands the significance of personal growth and is prepared to lead our nation with wisdom and vision. Some may argue that experience alone is sufficient for political leadership. Look at Desmond Mackenzie. He did a great job, yes, but he did a great job both collecting and bullying his way through. While experience is undoubtedly valuable, it is not a substitute for the broad and deep knowledge acquired through a tertiary education. Our nation faces complex challenges that require innovative and informed solutions. Mr. Mackenzie's ways were filled with force, in other words, violence. It is not enough.
Before I begin my speech, I would like to make mention of several flaws found in the proposition's first speaker. Firstly, he said a politician has research skills. None of us on this, whether we're proposition or opposition, have an undergraduate degree. Yet in order to do this debate, we had to conduct some level of research. These are not skills specific to people with an undergraduate degree. A degree is a good arsenal to have, but a political leader won't fail without it, according to Christopher Charles, a political psychologist. Good morning, judges and fellow debaters. Today I will introduce our team's motions and the points we will use to support our stance. We firmly believe that a tertiary level undergraduate degree should not be a requirement for all members for the post of parliament. Before we begin our debate, let's look at keywords such as tertiary level and members of parliament. According to Oxford Language, tertiary level is defined as education for people above school age, including college and university. and a member of parliament is defined as a person formally elected to the national legislative body. First, we will discuss the fact that imposing strict educational requirements risks excluding capable individuals without access to higher education. Secondly, there needs to be a focus on practical skills and experience over tertiary level education when selecting an effective member of parliament. Thirdly, we will argue that a requirement for a tertiary level undergraduate degree may lead to a disconnect between elected representatives and their constituents they serve. And lastly, we will prove that not having a mandatory degree requirement can incentivize NP to continuously educate themselves and adapt to changing societal needs. Firstly, by imposing strict educational requirements, we risk excluding capable individuals without access to higher education due to financial constraints or other circumstances. It is no secret that education is often accompanied by a hefty price tag, making it difficult to access for people from low socioeconomic backgrounds. When you take a look at the University of West Indies and the University of Technology, the average undergraduate degree is over 300,000, and that does not include accommodation, textbooks and supplies, and personal needs. Student loans are no help either, as they jeopardize the financial security of the low and middle income household. According to an article on Scholarship Jamaica, an estimated 147,000 Jamaicans struggle every day under the burden of insurmountable student loan debt. The proposition may argue that there are several scholarships and grants provided to help individuals. Even though 365 million is awarded in scholarship, according to Jamaica Information Service, the total number of students at the University of West Indies and the University of Technology is 29,500. Now let's do the math. That only covers 1,216 students out of the 29,500. Therefore, by imposing this, it would restrain a majority of Jamaicans and perpetuate the cycle of inequality. Politics should be a realm that encourages equal opportunity for all. Shouldn't the governance of a country be inclusive? Should the members of parliament reflect the voice of the people? Ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, let us examine the role of an MP. According to the Gleaner, the role of a member of parliament is to shape, debate, scrutinize, and vote on bills on the House of Representatives. Does any of the following sound like something you would need an undergraduate degree for? Let us highlight some qualities that make a member of parliament an effective leader. Firstly, they must be capable of making sound judgment. A member of parliament must be able to assess situations on the relevant information, apply past experience in order to make the best decision for that situation. Secondly, members of parliament must have empathy. They need to understand their party's emotion and try to relate that for an effective outcome. Lastly, they must be able to inspire, encourage, and guide the nation in the right direction, all while being a team player. Having a degree is simply a teardrop in the ocean compared to all the other skills a member of parliament must have, and therefore should not be seen as a requirement. In addition, there are other qualifications that individuals can obtain to better prepare them for politics that do not require an undergraduate degree. With public speaking courses, which are offered at Jamaican Association for Debating and Empowerment, where participants are taught oral communication, how to plan and structure an effective presentation, how to develop ideas, and how to manage fear and anxiety when making an oral presentation. An individual can also be active in current matters affecting the country. For example, Alexander Bustamante, who did not obtain a degree until 1964 after being elected, wrote letters to the Gleaner calling attention to social and economic problems of the poor and underprivileged in Jamaica, according to Jamaican Information Services. In summary, we are not in any way saying that degrees are unnecessary. However, it should not be a necessity for members of parliament to have one. Having a degree does not equal incompetence, and that does not mean someone cannot be an effective political leader. History has provided us with numerous examples of successful political leaders who did not have a formal degree. Winston Churchill did not have a degree, but that did not deter him from saving Britain from the brink of defeat during World War II. Our own national hero, Alexander Bustamante, Jamaica's first prime minister, did not obtain a degree until 1964 after being elected. We are not saying that individuals cannot go on to further their education after being in politics, but that should not bar them from entering. Great leaders should have the chance to thrive even if they do not possess an undergraduate degree. This will broaden access to political office and make the governance representative of its population. Should we shut out people that are capable of leading our country because they need to have a degree? Imagine Alexander Bustamante not being a national hero because we decided to impose such ridiculousness. It should not be a necessity for members of parliament to have a degree, as someone can be a good leader without it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that debate, that speech. We go again to the proposition team to hear from their second speaker. Here.
Judges, esteemed guests, timekeepers, moderators, and my respected opponents, good afternoon. Today I stand before you to passionately advocate for a crucial requirement, the mandate for Jamaican members of parliament to hold a territory requirement. This requirement is not only necessary but essential for progress, effectiveness, and success of our political system. One of the fundamental qualities of a concept parliamentarian is acceptance of communication skills by obtaining a college degree. MP will foster ability to advocate their ideas and navigate their with stakeholders. And imagine in a constructive debate within a legislative process. Let us not forget the communication is a core of effective leadership. We have a witness instance where elected representatives felt that speeches that carry out in their message.
Point of information.
Not accepted. To expect their ideal perspective. Such outcome can be avoided through a section of tertiary education. A college degree qualificates effectiveness, communication skills, employment, politicians to encourage and deserve audience confident complex concept in accessible language and make compelling argument and shape legislation. Moreover, the importance of effective communication extends beyond the confines of the parliamentary chamber. A key role of MP in public speaking, representing ideas and emerging in debate by obtaining a tertiary qualification or parliamentarian will be developed on skills necessary to deliver powerful speeches, connect with constitution and persuasivity, present their policy position. We must raise the bar of political leaders, ensuring that the process, the knowledge and expertise, the confidential communicate with the public, media and stakeholders. Let us consider the example of a concert we recently made headlines for delivering a speech of
point of information.
Not accepted. Graduation ceremony. It comes to light that he is reading a script prepared by someone else, highlighting the lack of preparedness and personal input. The incident serves as a reminder of sincere and important independent thinking of us ability to express oneself authentically with the tertiary education. This concept would have understoodment the concept of paragraphing, taking ownership and speech of development, differing. It is with conviction we are not underestimate the impact of being prepared, confident and capable of adapting to various situations. The ability to think on one feet and communicating effectively is an invaluable access of
point of information.
Not accepted. Furthermore, college education will equip MPs with negotiation and diplomacy skills essential for effective governance. These could ensure parliamentarians to engage in effective communication strategies and collaboration. The colleges building census and innovative promises. The legislative process demands the ability to negotiate conflicts, interests, manage stakeholders, and find common ground by obtaining territory qualification, and leaders will possess the expertise at the forefront. Productive relationship, mediate disputes, and achieve outcomes to benefit the nation. Interpersonal communication skills to promote for success political leaders. College educators enhance the skill to fostering active listening, empathize, and the ability to engage meaningful with constituents. And the foreign legislator, effective impersonal information with MP to understand the self pursuits. Addressing concern and building trust with stakeholders. It is through this connection is a parliamentarian truly represent the interests of people, ensuring the voice are heard and their needs are met. In addition to oral communication, written communication is a crucial aspect of politician role. College education plays emphasis on development written skills, communication skills, including the ability to write essays, report, policy brief. Our leaders must be capable and effective, conjugating in ideas through well-structured, persuasive written documents. The art of concise and consummate written enable them to present a conflict information in a matter that is easily understood and compel in the audience. We will have to increase our interconnect world, and our parliamentarian must possess a global perspective. College education provides insights to our internal relationship, global economics, and national challenges, empowering legislators to contribute meaningful and discussion to global skills. The ability to understand global issues is essential to effective governance as our nation is impacted by internal events, economic threats, and transnational challenges. By acquiring a tertiary degree, our parliamentarians will possess the knowledge, the expertise, and negative global policies, engaging in diplomacy and promote stability, economic development. Furthermore, college education foster cross-national estimate.
Thank you very much. Second speaker from the proposition, representing Donald Quarry High School. We now go to the opposition to hear from their second speaker. Of course, the opposition is the Queen's School. Hear, hear.
Before I begin my speech, I would like to state a flaw made by the proposition. The second speaker made mention about communication skills and how you can gain them with a degree. But I am against this, as you can learn communication skills at the secondary level. To my fellow opponents, judges, and audience, a pleasant afternoon. My name is Shania Allen, and I am the second speaker for the opposition team who is against the motion this House would require all candidates for the post of Member of Parliament to require at least a tertiary level degree. Our first speaker made mention on how politics is not a theoretical exercise, but a practical one, as an individual may possess the characteristics that makes them an effective Member of Parliament and should not be barred due to not having an undergraduate degree. With this being said, I will be stating my team's third argument, which is encouraging grassroots representation for enhancing democracy by focusing on the effectiveness of a leader. Firstly, allow me to explain the term grassroots representation. It is defined as the ordinary people in a society or an organization, especially a political party, according to the Cambridge Dictionary. By removing this requirement, these ordinary people who have a deep understanding of local issues and grassroots concerns can have a greater opportunity to serve in the political office. This will in turn promote a stronger connection between MPs and the communities they represent, fostering more effective and responsive governance. A requirement for a tertiary level undergraduate degree may lead to a disconnect between elected representatives and the constituents they serve. Furthermore, the disconnect can be seen as many constituents are of the opinion that elected representatives are not able to relate to their concerns. An article published on the 24th of June 2023 by The Gleaner entitled, "What Do Constituents Want?" expounds on this point. The article makes reference to the 1960s, where individuals trusted their elected representatives as they believed that they understood the plight of the people. The article writes, back in the 60s, people trusted their elected representatives to help them navigate challenges by finding solutions which would ultimately lead to improvement in their lives. In those days, the MP, who would likely live in the constituency, served everyone. He or she would write letters of recommendation, give guidance on how to prepare documents required for migration, academic advancement, for jobs, land titles, bank loans, and various other assistance as needed. This furthers my point that capable candidates can be found in individuals who may not possess an undergraduate degree, but still be able to advocate political issues in their communities and overall society. To simply put it, a tertiary level undergraduate degree should not diminish the pool of candidates, as there are individuals who serve an integral role in their communities. You may ask, where can one find such capable and willing candidates? Desmond Mackenzie, our former mayor for Kingston. As the proposition stated, he was a politician who did not obtain a tertiary level undergraduate degree, and he was a forceful leader. Even so, he made an impact on his constituency in which he grew up in. For example, he played a huge role in revamping Back Old Wall, now known as Tivoli Gardens. The Back Old Wall had a high crime rate, and the infrastructure was not conducive to proper living. He transformed the neighborhood by building new infrastructure, such as hospitals, Victoria Jubilee and Kingston Public to be exact, the blood bank, the Maypen Cemetery, and the list goes on. He also started the Youth Summer Employment Program in 2016, which has helped the youth of our nation to venture into the working field. In fact, the program only started with 1,600 youths and now has 6,500 youths. One of the youths in the program made mention on how the program inspired him to further his studies. As such, he was awarded the prestigious Paul Harris Award. This award is given to candidates who have been recognized for their exemplary work in the community service or helping those in need. Let me be crystal clear. We aren't stating that a degree isn't important. We are simply stating that it shouldn't be a requirement that prevents capable and willing candidates from becoming members of parliament. Which brings me to my team's fourth argument, that the requirement of having a tertiary level undergraduate degree encourages lifelong learning and adaptability. Additionally, the older we get, we tend to gain better understanding and expand our knowledge. Having a requirement that states, as a candidate for a member of parliament, you are required to obtain at least a tertiary undergraduate degree. This encourages politicians from continuously educating themselves and adapting to the overall societal changes. As lifelong learning can be achieved through various means, such as professional development programs, certifications, and on-job experience. This flexibility ensures that MPs remain current, dynamic, and capable of addressing the evolving challenges faced by society. Furthermore, Portia Simpson Miller, our first female prime minister, did not obtain a tertiary level undergraduate degree in the beginning of her career. She entered the political office in 1976, and she created change in her constituency. An example of this is that she established the Sports Development Foundation in 1995. This program is an independent body that, among other things, supported community and sports programs, school programs, and funded the building of stadiums and playing fields. Even though Mrs. Simpson Miller didn't start her career with a degree, she did eventually obtain one in the year 1997. And even after obtaining the degree, she still was able to impact her constituency. An example of this is under her leadership, Jamaica made the decision of joining the International Monetary Fund program to recalibrate its finances. Additionally, Mrs. Simpson Miller implements the narrative that an undergraduate degree should not bar a candidate from entering into politics, as they can always choose to further their education after entering. Ladies and gentlemen, picture this. You are a politician with a degree that is a decade old and has not engaged in additional training. How would you help your constituents with today's problems? We can all agree that in today's day and age, things are developing rapidly. So wouldn't it be more effective to have a politician broaden his knowledge instead of limiting themselves to one level of qualification? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Second opposition speaker, that was from the Queen's School. We go back to Donald Quarry representing the proposition side, and at this time we welcome the third speaker. Hear, hear.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guest judges, my respected opponents, good morning. I stand here before you today to reinforce the strong argument that has been presented in favor to requiring territory level undergraduate degree for candidates seeking the position of member and parliament. I firmly believe that this requirement is a stale for progress, adaptability, and effective governance of our nation. One of the most significant advances of territory level degree is ability to instill and a mindset of continuous learning, of adaptability, and in the parliament, in an ever-changing world, is it crucial for our elected perspective and to stay informed about empowering issues, new research, and evolving societal dramatic. College education equips MPs with effective learning, strong stories, enabling them to conduct research, critically evaluate new knowledge, and gather information for various sources. This ensures that they are equipped with the latest news relevant to their legislative work. Moreover, college education teaches parliament how to manage and the process of advance accounts of information is effectively with access to the wealth of resource. This learn of filter and parties information, ensuring they stay up to date on key developments and can make information decision. In a word, their information is constantly expanding. These skills are invaluable for other leaders and to negative the abundance of information and adapt their approach accordingly. The embrace of a new technologies is another aspect of tertiary education. College education exposes Parliament to cutting-edge technologies and total relevance of their fields of study. They learn to adapt and to leverage technology advancements such as a data analyst, software, digital communication platform, and research database. This adaptability, enabled them to stay informed and engage legislative work. Future college education encourage Parliament to understand and adapt to change societal dramatic. They gain insight into social, cultural, and demographic trends and shape their consequences. This knowledge enabled them to recognize evolving needs to prioritize, adjust their policies, approach accordingly to engage with diverse communities effectively in rapidly changed society. Is this crucial for our leaders to understand the dramatic to play and respond appropriately to serve the best interest of our people? They respect college education forces a culture to critical reflection and quality independence for effective government. Parliament and are encouraged to reflect on their experience, evaluate their performance, and seek feedback before constituents and the colleges. The reflective, practical enable themselves to identify.
Thank you very much for that speech. We go again to the opposition side here this time from their third speaker. Let's make that speaker welcome. Hear, hear.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, honorable judges, and fellow debaters. My name is Aliana Marriott, and today I stand before you as the third speaker of the opposition to discuss an important motion. This House would require all candidates for the post of Member of Parliament to have at least a tertiary level undergraduate degree. We oppose this motion, knowing it unfairly restricts who can run for Parliament, undermining the democratic ideal of equal representation for all. Let me begin by providing more details and clarity on the key arguments put forth by my fellow teammates. Our first speaker brought attention to the action of imposing strict educational requirements which risk excluding capable individuals who lack access to higher education due to financial constraints or other circumstances. While degrees hold value, they should not be viewed as mandatory requirements for MPs, as academic qualifications should not be the sole factor in assessing an individual's ability to serve their country effectively. In addition, our second speaker highlighted the importance of the connection between the MPs and their constituencies by encouraging grassroots representation, which emphasizes that people without undergraduate degrees can still serve their community members effectively by connecting to the people and addressing everyday concerns. The proposition spoke about effective representation through the means of tertiary level degrees. However, there are various forms of knowledge and qualifications that can contribute to effective representation, such as grassroots experience, community involvement, leadership skills, and keen and deep understanding of the needs and concerns of constituents. By focusing solely on formal education, we risk excluding individuals who possess valuable skills and expertise in other areas that are crucial for effective governance. A diverse range of qualifications and experiences should be considered to ensure well-rounded representation and avoid limiting the pool of potential candidates based on a specific academic requirement. Firstly, a degree only proves that one can learn and not necessarily proves one's ability to aid in the development of a country. An argument that further motivates our support for the motion is that the motion put forward today implies that one could obtain any tertiary level undergraduate degree in any field and be deemed qualified. However, let us consider a candidate with a degree in music. Can we consider them qualified to work in the Ministry of Finance? The proposition may argue that an undergraduate degree program exposes individuals to various electives that may garner political attributes. Nevertheless, these same attributes can be acquired through certification programs in specific fields or areas of expertise as mentioned by our first speaker. Research finds that alternatives such as certification programs offered by Heart Trust NTA could introduce one to various skill sets and impart qualities viewed as essential for a member of parliament. Therefore, we propose the following thought to the audience. A candidate with other qualifications, despite lacking an undergraduate degree, can be considered equally qualified as a candidate with a degree in music, as neither possess formal knowledge in politics. A degree does not necessarily determine one's overall intelligence. To become an effective member of parliament, tertiary education is not the sole path to learning, gaining experience, familiarizing oneself with, or acquiring general knowledge and skills like persuasion, negotiation, and inspiration. Let's take a driver's license, for instance. There are many individuals who possess the ability to operate a vehicle proficiently, yet they don't have an actual valid driver's license. Does this imply that they lack awareness of specific road rules and regulations, or does it suggest that their driving abilities and qualities have not yet been recognized by our government? I'm not saying that driver's licenses aren't important, but it is crucial, however, to acknowledge that the certification for being a driver is singular in nation. In contrast, when considering the knowledge gained before acquiring a tertiary level degree, there exist numerous certifications and qualifications that extend beyond a formal undergraduate degree. Consequently, imposing restrictions on individuals aspiring to become politicians solely based on the absence of a degree undermines the abundance of alternative qualities and certifications they may possess. Additionally, the opposition may highlight that candidates who obtain a tertiary level Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that speech. That's the third speaker from the opposition. We're going to now pause for 1 minute to allow the refinement of the reply speeches. At the end of the 1 minute, we'll begin with the reply speaker from the opposition side, followed by that from the proposition. Your 1 minute begins now. All right, so that's sound signals the end of your 1 minute. I now call upon the reply speaker from the opposition team. That's the Queen School. You may take the lectern. Hear, hear.
The first speaker made note that you would not want a politician who doesn't have any knowledge in law. However, based on the motion, it says a tertiary level undergraduate degree, meaning someone can attain an undergraduate degree in anything. So someone with a degree in music and someone with no degree are on the same level as both have no formal knowledge in law. In addition, the second speaker also made note to several skills such as communication skills, researching skills, and analytical skills. But these skills are not specific to people with a degree. People without degrees can have one as well, such as yours truly. We have put forth several convincing points to leave you with no doubt that it should not be a requirement for candidates for members of parliament to have at least an undergraduate degree. We are in no way suggesting that education is pointless. But should we lock out capable individuals because they should have an undergraduate degree? Imagine Alexander Bustamante, our national hero, not being able to run and win because we decided to impose this. We are not painting a picture that a candidate with a degree is unworthy. But certain skills are not automatically gained when you gain an undergraduate degree. We are not arguing that candidates without degrees are better than candidates with degrees. We are simply saying that they should not be barred from entering into politics. There are several skills and qualifications that one can attain that do not require an undergraduate degree. Thank you.
Thank you very much for concluding the case on behalf of your team. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude the debate as a whole, we invite the reply speaker from the proposition team, representing Donald Quarry. Hear, hear.
I will start by answering a few questions that my opponents have required. A political party needs to research to help citizens and the country. School fee can be helped because some schools can get supplies online rather than buying some. My first opponent from the opposite team said that experience is better than a degree, but tertiary education is better, provided a structured and comprehensive foundation, knowledge and skills that can be attained solely through experience. No, this will not limit to us, but give us some understanding, but giving us some understanding to deal with matters shown within life experiences. Academics is important. You wouldn't want an uneducated person like doctor to give you a medicine. No, you will not. This is required because degree is the form of education that you will need to access. The knowledge that you get from a degree is different. Music is different. You have to have a degree like lawyer to come into a parliament. You cannot have a music degree. It is different. Music degree is doing music, you'll be specializing. A lawyer degree, you have to have a lawyer by your side, like a prime minister will have a lawyer to advise him on some condition that he will need. That's different. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that puts a cap on our debate. We are going to pause as judges to deliberate, and we'll return shortly with the results.
In the meantime, participants, debaters, you may cross the floor and in the spirit of good debate, just shake hands.
Hold on. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this final match of the Zone A debate competition. Of course, this is the Afiwi Republic Secondary Schools debate competition. So we just listened to that between two schools, Donald Quarry High School in opposition, the Queen School. And they were contesting the idea as to whether we should require that candidates for political office have an undergraduate degree as a minimum. Of course, Donald Quarry saying yes, that is so, and they premised their affirmative response on the basis that to be a politician requires certain inherent skill sets. You have to be a critical thinker, an effective communication, you have to be analytical in your approach, and those skill sets are best garnered at the undergraduate level at least. The Queen School rebutted, arguing that those skills are not exclusive to the university or tertiary sector. They also argued that it does not take into consideration the value of practical life skills, skills that would reflect positively in the arsenal of a political candidate vying to become a politician. They say as well that the politician, and they presented several examples, examples like the Honorable Desmond Mackenzie, and of course Portia Simpson Miller, Jamaica's first female Prime Minister, who they say did not have that prerequisite, but did very well in political office. Of course, it was, somewhat disappointing not hearing a direct response from the proposition team, Donald Quarry, to those examples at least. And so we're left to believe that those examples, at least to some extent, reflect a sort of a picture of how we could get value from candidates who do not have university education or tertiary education at the undergraduate level at least. We definitely appreciated from Donald Quarry the idea that those skill sets that they spoke to in the beginning, critical thinking, effective communication skills, analytical skills, the capacity to understand the technical communications that exist within a parliament, for example, are better had at the postgraduate degree level, or post-high school level, I should say. What we did not, though, appreciate is, again, a lack of responsiveness from Donald Quarry to ideas like, for example, why are we limiting people's choices? So why are we telling people that, hey, you can't select this individual because this individual just does not have a university degree? If it is that persons want to accept the trade-off in accepting a politician who, on average, or a political candidate who, on average, does not have these skills, then sort of who are we to make those kinds of decisions? That was the contestation coming to us from the Queen School, to which there was really no response. Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciated the debate nonetheless. Very interesting ideas were posited. Overall, though, some of the ideas needed a bit deeper analysis and clearer understanding was required from the debaters. We also want to comment on an observation that we made, that in some instances we saw some speakers who were struggling a little bit with, honing and owning the speeches that they were delivering. So it might be better for them to practice a little bit more, so as to be able to deliver a little bit more fluently. And of course, possibly, if they hadn't done so, to be more instrumental in the writing of the speeches, so that they can use words, for example, that they're more comfortable with generally. All right? So, ladies and gentlemen, after all of that, we are at a decision, and it's a unanimous decision. The point standings are as follows. The team that wins with 244 points versus the team in second place, 202 points. The winning team in this match is the team from opposition, the Queen's School. Sorry, just want to congratulate both teams, and particularly the winning team in this match. And of course, want to encourage all the speakers. You can only get better the more you debate. So continue to debate, don't give up. You'll become a masterful debater. Of course, thanks as well to the speaker who sort of credited the Jamaican Association for Debating and Empowerment as being an organization capable of helping to fashion our communication skills. At one point I thought, boy, she might charge us for that ad afterwards, but we're grateful. Thank you.